So seriously, does the mic sound better now? I think it must. I swear, I do not remember doing it. Like, something. Oh yeah, I didn't remember having turned on my Logic earlier today, and I was 16 minutes into the piece, and I hadn't started my professional recording yet. And I did turn it on 16 minutes into the jam. So that's what I was just going through when I got caught up over here a second ago. I have to open up. I don't fully understand how to operate my frickin' recording system, but I do what I can to get by. Let's see. Okay. It really is bizarre. I do not understand how it operates at all. That's why I keep asking for people online to help me. I need an actual engineer, someone to show me shortcuts, someone to tell me what Logic can do so I can just frickin' play. It's been really crazy, man. People, I don't know. I'm needing, I guess, young skilled talent because young kids are really skilled. They're just not out there making all kind of money yet most of the time. But any of my friends, I'm bugging them to ask them a question. They're all working at studios or in bands. Michael Tulcher said he would mix some stuff for me. I said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to listen to me for 2 fucking hours. He did. He was in the room yesterday. Uh, yep, he was in the room listening to it. Is there anybody in here? Am I all alone? Is that what's happening? Oh, you're in here. Okay. You just type really slowly. You had this. You got to sit up for that. That's what it's like for me on Facebook. People wonder why I don't comment. I'd have to sit up and actually use both hands instead of just like laying back and typing with one finger or clicking with one finger. Sorry about that. I don't want to make you work. Cause yeah, sometimes it's like 2 weeks will go by and then I'll finally, fill in those messages that people are typing at me. It doesn't happen often. I don't get a lot of action unless I bitch at people on Facebook. Well, they call it bitching, but I was just serious. I'm like, do people really see these posts? Does anybody know or care? Fuck, I don't know, but someone should hear it because I've been playing my ass off. Oh, you're being so patient. I'm not starting yet. You. Oh, fucking A, an energy pill. I forgot I had that. Yeah, if you've never had these super energy packs, you can get them at Quick Trip, and oh my God, they are really good vitamins, and they explain what each one is on the inside. It's got a little picture of it, and there's a green pill with the package. There it is, I believe. And they also give you an extra one with more fortified ashwagandha and astragalus and Gadu cola and shit like that. It's good for multitaskers. Okay, while you're being so patient, let me get my guitar. This video is gonna be hell to watch back. People are gonna be fucking skipping. Is he ever gonna play? Fuck this guy. Yeah, no, people don't know what a podcast is these days. They expect music. They see me talking, it's really a turnoff. I'm about to play, I swear. Getting my shit together. I figure it's just better to get on cam and let people know it seems like something's gonna go on. Rather than there be no camera on when someone actually clicks over here. But I was getting my shit together and then I had to realize I have to save this file from earlier today in another location, or my hard drive will like stop in the middle of the jam. Everything will shut down because I have no space on my hard drive. So I'm setting up my recording path, and then I'll be right with you. And this is the kind of stuff I don't understand about Logic, because I can set this recording path and it will still record where I don't want it to, so I have to actually close the program and then move it from that location where it is, and then it won't want to stay there anymore once I move it. I know it's all a bunch of BS, but it's true. It happens to me, and it causes really tragic losses of awesome jams. So I have to always try to keep up with my mistakes before they happen. And yeah, this is definitely a call for Logic gurus. Someone come help me do this stuff. Like right now, I click save, okay. And I'm gonna close this. Thank you. Thank you for watching Almost Nothing. Alright, now I'm going to try to find this file that I just saved somewhere. Maybe it saved it as a copy. I don't know, this pisses me off. I wish I didn't have to do this if it was easier. Oh, here we go. Project template. See, yeah, okay. Let me make a copy of this. That's the way to do it. I make a copy of it. I go to my hard drive, I paste my template there, then I open the template from my hard drive, and it will never ever try to save on my internal drive. See, if I don't know a big ass file is saving on my internal drive, I think it's on my external, and then my computer will like shut down an hour in the recording. Okay. So yeah, okay. I'm a genius. I'm gonna do this every time. Okay. I swear I'm ready. I guess I could have had some, I don't know, Bob Seger playing in the background. It might make me sound a little more psychedelic in contrast. Okay. No harm on Bob Seger, just not exactly a psychedelic feller. I love me some Bob Seger, but not when I want a trip. Someday, lady, you'll accompany me where the river meets the sound and sea. Okay. You guys just wouldn't believe all the crap I gotta deal with around here. Right now I'm inspecting my loop station, which I just totally screwed up. Play level 0. Oh my god. Is it really play level 0? Why would I ever have it set it that? I would never do that. Are they all like that? And you thought I was ready to go. What the fuck? Man, someone walked in here the other day and said, "Are you drunk?" I see what the hell he was talking about. Cause yeah, okay, this bank of this bank of patches is good. So I cleared all the space off of my loop station the other day accidentally. All I wanted to do was take 20 banks, and I had some blank banks saved to replace those ones that I had recorded over with blank ones. And when I pasted just 20 banks out of 100, it cleared the entire 100. I didn't paste 100 pieces. I pasted 20 little folders on top of 20 folders, and it said, it already has these folders. Do you want to replace? I click yes, replace, and I go back into my loop station, and 1 through 100 is empty. Fortunately, I have them all saved elsewhere, but the computer stuff kind of reaches in. I won't even use things like iTunes ever if I can help it, because it's like a virus. And same way with this Roland, because I titled this folder a Roland folder when I put it on my drive. My Roland loop station actually finds it. I deleted files. It deletes files in both places. It shouldn't even talk to each other. Computers do shit, man. It's scary. You gotta keep them at bay. Definitely keep one hand on the power cord. One day, man, we're gonna have to unplug them all and run. But right now, I'm about to jam with them. I think I got my shit working, man. I'm like happy. It only took 7 minutes instead of 12. I'm narrowing it down. I am audio recording, but let's make this, video recording already on another cam, which actually is much better. One day, if these vids ever get mixed, if anyone ever does want to mix them, you can actually see what notes I play. You can see my fingers actually move. Right now, you miss a few notes here and there. What key should we start in? The key of crickets? I'll leave the crickets do it, and then I'll figure out the key. I might want some keyboard accompaniment in with my fingers. You're being rated. another day. Tend the garden while I'm away. I'll clue you in another day. Don't give yourselves to fear and pain and say people don't care enough. Well, the blessing of change, it's on our backs. Yes, it's us creating love. We're here now, we're all biding time and trying to twist our fate. And if you'll tend the garden while I'm away, I'll clue you in another day. Tend the garden while I'm away. I'll clue you in another day. Tend the garden while I'm away. Clue you in another day. Tend the garden while I'm away. Clue you in another day. I've got to fly and I'm free to do anything. I'm gonna fly and I'll use my newborn wings. I'm gonna fly, get up and fly away. We'll hook up again another day. Well, everybody's so caught up in reaping what they sow. Well, there's love making more love, and there's plenty more to go, you know. We will feed our souls on the fruits of paradise when we let it grow. And if you'll tend the garden while I'm away, I'll do it another day. Tend the garden while I'm away. Another day, tend the garden while I'm away. Another day, tend the garden while I'm away. Another day, I'm gonna fly, I'm free to do anything. I'm gonna fly and I'll use my newborn wings. I'm gonna fly. Fly away, look up again another day. ever be clear. And the things that seem real are not as they appear, suspended on the astral plane, where love is life like the blood in your veins. Suspended on the astral plane, where love is life, it's like the blood in your veins. Love is life like the blood in your veins. Love is life, it's like the blood in your veins. Love is life, it's like the blood in your veins. Love is life, it's like the blood in your veins. I think I'm floating above me. It feels like nothing that I've known. Feel the power of reason reflecting a light into my soul. We can do what we want here. Nothing's gonna hold us down. Feel the power of love shining light all around. Feel the power of love shining light all around. Feel the power of love shining light all around. Feel the power of love shining light all around. Feel the power of love shining light all crickets, and Jerry's spirit still spiraling all around. Was it just me, or did you notice like everybody that played a little psychedelically got a lot more Jerry sounding like the second he died? His his psychedelic fucking fairy mojo dust just like spread into billions of particulates where it once was mostly contained within him. This dude, yeah, man. Fucking, I wrote that last song like 2 days after he died. The whole damn song, recorded it and everything. Hadn't even played guitar in 2 years. Was trying to give it up, and then I realized, oh my God, Jerry's gone. It's up to us to do it now. Fuck. I just can't count on people to be psychedelic for me. That'll just never do. Yeah, I thought even Hulk might have that pick. A lot of people have that pick. Merle's a hoe. He got around with that thing. And God bless him. Yeah, seriously, man, it's that hard to play music. I could be fucking president. I swear to God, I can manage some shit, but I could not sell my soul long enough to even go through debate class, you know? Tell me to argue a point I don't believe in, I'll tell you to fuck off. Well, that's what I did. I was graduating back then, and in like '84, and didn't particularly care for the annoying sound, ironically, of the digital delay that Edge would play and the whiny sound that Bono had, but I so appreciated what those guys did. They were U2 was like really using their celebrity for the benefit of like kindness and for human for human alleviation of suffering. And like literally in '84 or '5, maybe '86, I don't know, Bono was, I think it was '84, Bono was down in South America putting on a concert to try to get those people to like in Central America to turn over their, it might have been Venezuela or Chile, trying to get the government to turn over the people that they'd killed already so the families could bury them. I mean, you two had no business being in the jungle on that stage. There's like fucking security guards all around him, like Brazilian or Chilean or whatever. It was a tense moment, but that guy's out there using his voice. I doubt that gig paid a whole lot, out there using his voice to do something right and do something good. I haven't done that yet, but I have gotten across to people one at a time, and I've infected a lot of psyches and consciousnesses. I know that. We're some timeless creatures, we are. I know a lot of wonderfully charismatic folks, and we're all kind of the same but different. But that little jam wouldn't have been nearly like that at all. It wouldn't have been that period if you guys hadn't been there uh, badgering me. It's it's important, man. If I'm just playing by myself, I could be entertained for a minute, but it takes a lot more energy to stay entertained when you're playing all by yourself in a room, wishing, I don't know, something else, wishing I was playing in a bigger room or for more money or something. I don't really wish for much. I just need money. So yeah, that GoFundMe, the Amsterdam, you've got some good ideas there, woman. But that's what I've been doing, is trying to make these fingers do what the hell I think. And then, of course, I have to think something cool and put all that together. Or channel something cool. It's so hard to count on channeling. It's like, okay, Lord, just send me the vibe, I'll play it. Jeez, man. It's a lot of effort. Most people just have like a song. Oh, I wrote this song, so I'm gonna play this song. It has these words, it goes just like this. I don't have any of that when I'm playing. I do have songs with words and stuff, but like that last one, I finally broke it out. But no, I would much rather make it up on the spot. And that's why I asked that guy earlier. Well, you played my vibe. I mean, it was our vibe, exactly. That dude in here, Dylan, Can you play any Metallica? Megadeth, Pantera, Slayer, fucking. Can you play every song on the Guitar Hero machine? Um, and I was just like that within about the first year or two of playing guitar. That's why I asked him. And then once I started playing, I shut the hell up because I didn't want people to ask me to play all kinds of stuff. Yeah. It's like, fuck that. I did ask Jimmy Herring once if he could play Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, and that was kind of a mistake. Probably offended him a little bit. He was my teacher, but because Steve Morse did that, and it's like he was such a Steve Morse clone. I know he wanted to live he wanted to live that, what do you call that, reputation down, because he certainly has his own style. Oh, well, thank you, Huck. Um, I don't sing often. I was kind of reminded of Michael Hedges, actually, but he has an amazing voice. He played acoustic guitar and literally rewrote it. Just rewrote. He had 43 tunings for 72 songs. I mean, completely different tunings. And he didn't sing on his first two albums. And when he did finally sing on his third album, this guy sounded like Joni Mitchell, Cat Stevens, and Dave Crosby, like all wrapped into one. It's insane, man. I mean, there just is no better male vocalist, and he's dead, so I guess there is now. Um, well, one day I'll work out more of a set where the words can go too. Generally, when I'm off in that space zone, it's a right brain thing, and words are more of a left brain thing. And I really appreciate that. How old are you, Hulk? Do you get out much? Oh yeah, back in San Francisco days, Jerry. Yeah, you must be at least as old as me, or close. Right on. I'll be 49 in May. Happy birthday, man. Yeah, I took many breaks, and then I just kind of woke up last year, literally a year ago. We had a mentor of a big group I belonged to, and he passed away. But I had just determined right about that time uh, that I needed to not necessarily rely on a band unless a band wants to be a part of me. I need to do what I have, what I can do, what my ability is, what my rhythmic sense. Because so many times I'll get up there on the, oh, sweet, David. I get up on stage at a little festival and people want to play along with me and they don't, they can't ascribe to the vibe. They can't follow. I can't follow the vibe. I mean, I'm following my delays around. Literally, I'm playing with such long delays. I have to do what they do, or it's gonna sound like shit. That's just what I do. And those people don't. They're not. It's very rare someone can ever get on stage and accompany me to the delay stuff. So, and within that, I decided people would always stop me short of being able to do what I was trying to do by myself because I've done this for, since the womb apparently in my head. And people always will bring the vibe down when they try to jump on it like that. And I don't think it's necessarily has to be the case. There's one drummer guy that can actually play drums to it, and it's the only one I've known. I don't even want people to, do anything rhythmic, but this cat is so good, and I can never get his number, but I see him now and then. But yeah, he can just sneak up and play with me. It's the energy does carry you. You can't really you can't manufacture energy out of nowhere. You really just have to have it, and so you gotta just practice. Hey, Megan. Megalyn? Megalyn. Megalyn music. Yeah, you have to just fake it till you make it. You gotta fake being happy. You gotta fake being interested in people. I always am interested in people, though. I told my counselor in high school that I was, what do you call, bored. I was 18. She said, Matthew, boredom is the product of an empty mind. And I thought about that hard. I liked this woman. I respected her opinion. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not bored. Anyway, so I figured out that, if you're ever bored, just pay attention to something, anything, and you'll at least get amused. And amusement always leads to happiness. And so there's like always, you never do have to be bored. All you have to do is have one thought and then ask one question about it, and there you are, off on a tangent. And so it's a really special thing to keep your mind entertained, not to be critical of other people. And I've seen some of my favorite performers diss other performers live, and I would mention names, but wouldn't that be doing the same thing now? One of my guitar heroes does that. I guess there's many ego freaks out there. But, yeah. But he used to play in a band called, well, never mind. Yeah, he's worth it, though. Al Di Meola's worth going to see live. There, I dropped it. He dissed Bon Jovi, and I can understand. They're both from New Jersey, and Bon Jovi made a bajillion bucks and has about all the talent of a finger and a half, and Al Di Meola has the talent of about fucking 12 hands worth of fingers. Well, hello, Reese. But Al Di Meola did one of the freakiest things. He's a guitar god. He's a kind of a flamenco electric shredder. He's been playing progressive fusion jazz for a long time. But he was doing these shredding leads and just going down the front row that I was in and looking at each person, making eye contact, person by person down the row. It was the spookiest thing I'd ever seen. I can't even make eye contact when I'm playing guitar. And for that guy, that was just frankly evil. Oh, Al Di Meola? Fucking A. Dude, he's the very best at what he does, and he's not nearly as much of an asshole as Yngwie Malmsteen. And he's so much tastier. He does so many acoustic things and Latin projects. He is way out there in the abstract zone, but he pulled it together in the late 70s for some just jam-packed fusion, rip-your-face-off guitar, man, playing with Jan Hammer and stuff. But his best album, in my opinion, that whole thing's up on YouTube, I believe. It's called Tour de Force Live 78. That thing, it'll leave a mark. Yeah, I got like 2,000 plus vinyl, and eventually you just grow out of everything. Every song was my favorite song for a week or two, and then I'd move on to another one, to another one, to another one, and before you know it, man, I had to give my albums away so I didn't have the compulsion to keep collecting them. And then I went on the road, and I finally got my 2,000 albums back a year ago. I haven't opened the boxes yet, but... So, David, I appreciate the name. I'm Matthew, as you can see. Barbara's just chiming in now and then. Well, hello, Reese. Are you really here, or are you just... Did you just chime in and say you were here? I guess I'm supposed to talk to everyone in the room, but I don't know who's in the room. This chat is really clunky. Oh, there's Alan 9-inch Nails. I like that. Alan N69, huh? Alan's kind of quiet. This chat does just totally suck, man. I can't even navigate this fucking... I try to scroll up and down, and it's like... Urgh. No, Al Di Meola is not my favorite guitar player. For a couple months he might have been. Steve Morse is probably my favorite guitar. He's my favorite living guitar player right now. Steve Morse is just a bundle of joy, man. Every single note he plays has emotion in it, and That's really what I look for. God, back in the day, there were so many clones just popping out of music schools, and they were all up there playing Warrant covers and Cinderella covers, and they could all play technically better than I could. I don't know jack. I really don't know anything. Well, yeah, he is playing with Deep Purple, and it's tragic that he has to listen to Joe Lynn Turner or whoever that guy is singing those songs these days. He can't hit the notes anymore. Sadly, the old bass player for Deep Purple, he can, but I don't know why he's not in the band. But they always, I think it might be Ian Gillan, but Steve Morse has perfect pitch, and he has to sit there listening to this flat motherfucker next to him all the time. That would really bother me. Yeah, that was probably the first song. But this guy played this recent Glenn Hughes. He was the bass player. He's from Atlanta, and he always gets these Atlanta bands, and he is real rock and roll. Glenn Hughes is like White Snake style, David Coverdale style, fucking good rock and roll. But he has a perfect voice still, and he's like 60 years old. It's stunning, at least 60. And Deep Purple needs to get him. I'm serious. And singers that have ranges in their songs like Deep Purple does, they need to get dudes that come in there and sing, like Almost Famous. Remember that guy at the end of the movie? Singing the song note for note on the front row, and the dude just hands him the mic and walks off. You need to get people that can do that shit you wrote back then, or change the way you do it. Yeah, like that, or Come As You Are. I don't want to see people trying to hit notes and missing them. That's just painful, man. That's all. We love music too much for that. It's okay if you have someone else that can play the wrist. Like I saw Greg Allman once, and he was too high to play his notes right. He had another piano player there. And that dude was wailing on the piano. And, Greg was just kind of slumped over his keyboards. He sang his songs like he was supposed to, but he couldn't play the notes, and they had someone do it. That's what you do. That show I'm talking about with Greg Allman was in 1984. Unbelievable show. Blew my mind. That was the first night I bought a digital delay. I bought a delay that day. I just started playing guitar that year. And I bought a digital delay that day. It's still in the box. Went and saw that concert. Some people gave me some dolphin acid, and I'd done a bunch of cocaine. 1984, mind you. I was geeked out of my brain, drank some tequila. Then some people showed up in the parking lot where I was in my van, and they gave me a hit of acid. So I dropped this acid. And I walked into that show. I was literally having to hold people to stay up, but I was tripping so hard. Their guitar player, Greg Allman, used to have a guitar player named Dan Toller. And Dan Toller played jazz flamenco style. He was doing these Al Di Meola kind of riffs, speaking of Al, and it was blowing my mind, and he knew what he was doing. He totally had this delay following him around, and I went home and I played with my delay till sunup, and it really reminded me of Mike Oldfield, what I started getting into, and that's what I've been doing ever since. Then many years later, I went and saw Steve Morse, and I said, "What kind of delays do you have? My God, they sound so good." And he told me they were Lexicon PCM 42s, and so I went and bought one, and it sounded so good. But when you put a delay on hold, when you use a long delay, put it on hold to get that loop going, then it's a dry tone. You don't have delay anymore. So I had to go buy another delay to get me some wet sound on top of that tone. So now I have a loop station, and I run those delays through my loop station and through this Boss guitar processor and two Marshall amps. That's my sound. Yep, tubular bells and no, Megalyn Music. Your question was fine. I only have one electric guitar now. I had two other Les Pauls. Uh, One burned up in a house fire with my best friend, and in 1994, the last time Hulk went out and saw a show, apparently. And my other one was sold by a bass player who had a crack habit, and I didn't know it. Or I would have fucking paid his habit before I let him give away my goddamn Les Paul studio guitar. Oh man, my first guitar my dad bought me. I was very mad about that. Yeah, there you go. When you hear Tubular Bells, you don't forget that. And yeah, thanks for listening to me ramble. You don't forget Tubular Bells ever. And so many people relate it to The Exorcist. I've had girls go, "Oh, I can't listen to that. That reminds me of people stabbing people." I'm like, "Well, you have a fucked up association. You need to change that shit." We have so many associations. Forget MP3s altogether, Hulk. Go with FLACs and WAV files. But people associate everything with everything else, and they don't even really see the merit of anything on its own value because of our crazy associations. Yeah, I'll give you that. Nothing like vinyl and that pop, pop, pop. Really great for meditation albums. I used to get into Steve Halpern, completely meditative music, and boy, those crackles and pops really show up on that stuff. I've come to appreciate digital, but I will remaster a bunch of my albums, and people will be like, "What the fuck?" They'll hear those scratches. What is this? Some of that caveman shit. Yeah, I gotta get a good turntable. I'm not gonna pull my albums out till I get a super turntable and I get a system ready to digitize everything. What's really easy, Barbara? Converting my albums, converting my albums to digital. Oh, is he doing that for Jacob? Jacob has a badass collection that he got from his dad. I got like 100 albums from my dad, but those got stolen in my first 300 album collection. Really sad. That was an awesome collection. But I got most of them back. Moved on to about 3,000. Yeah, it's just FLAC files are so much better, man. They're just bigger. I like the good rumble sound. These recordings are amazing. What I played right here will be up within 5 minutes of me killing this chat. What? I got 906 points worth of likes? That's kind of impressive. It really is a priceless. I will not part with it. It was sad when I went to pick up my albums from my friend. They were just in boxes, but I also had these big pictures that I'd had framed that I bought from like a record producer, a Fleetwood Mac, and a Frank Zappa, and a Led Zeppelin, and a Pete Townsend, and he's got all those, and I'm like, I guess I don't want to ask for those back too. I just gave him all my shit and went on the road like 20 years ago, so he did give me the albums back. I want to go over and at least take a picture of my beautiful framed pictures. I spent all that money on. 85,000 coins? Holy shit. I've only got 36,000 coins. Where do you get 85,000 coins? How many people do you gotta How do you get coins here anyway? I don't even know. Dude, you rock. I love you, man. I don't even know how that works. I haven't figured out even how to spend my coins, but I don't go and watch people's rooms. So far, I get pretty bored in most rooms. I've seen a couple people singing. This Asian dude was kicking it on the keyboards and singing, and I saw Hannah sing, and I thought she was cool. No, I didn't get the coins. Well, I do in whatever my popularity is worth. It gave me 907 in popularity points. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh, if I go in people's rooms and just like them, okay, I'll have to find some people I like. But you know, I see like cashier dude with 1,100 people following him. I'm like, how interesting can a cashier be, man? I mean, fuck. I know what I do isn't for everybody, but I'm working hard, man. I'm really working hard, and it's fun. But I'm not just reciting. I'm taxing my brain for another melody, for another idea. I saw Jeff Beck in an interview, and he said, when I go to write a new song, I start to play my guitar, and if I've heard that riff before, I stop playing it immediately. It's kind of like what I do. And what does moving up do for me? Will it will it make my name pop out somewhere? I take all these videos immediately and post them on YouTube, and so you can follow me on Facebook too. But I have a YouTube connection to this account. I used a I used an off the beaten path account for this place. It immediately wanted an app from me. You know, wanted to connect to all my shit, and I'm like, no, you're not gonna connect to all my shit. So I used some little email address, but I also no, it's 432 hertz spirit sounds is what I used actually, but I probably shouldn't say it here. And anyway, it is this my YouTube is connected though. Astral Music Man YouTube, yes. Hello, Cartoon Sport. Namaste. Namaste is one of my favorite greetings because it means, you know, you recognize the light within me recognizes the light within you. It's really hard to say that to ignorant, belligerent, angry fucking Tea Party people or racist or bigots or something, but you, I want to get to that point. But I only say it when I mean it, so I shouldn't say it just offhand. And because you said greetings from Germany, Matthew, you are a kind person, I can tell. So namaste, Cartoon Sport. And the light in me should recognize the light in even the most troubled of people. And I work on that daily. Isn't that our mission as humans, to tolerate intolerance? Such a conundrum. Sweet. Thanks for man. I went to watch Jon Stewart tonight and found out he's leaving the Daily Show. I shed a few tears. I went back and watched Lawrence O'Donnell. They had a whole panel on. Liz Winstead created the show on the telephone with him. Yeah, man, that dude really stepped up in prominence as real good conscious commentary for us libs. I try to bring the light out first, and whenever my playing gets too much in my head or I'm just playing fast, I feel my ego self bulging. I try to take it right back down and say, where's the melody? Where's the sound? Because I kind of believe every single riff, like a lifetime, has infinite possibilities in it. And I can treat that riff like whatever idea came to my head when I first wrote it, or I can just look into the subtlety of it and find these sweet spots where these what do you call intervals are, these pivot points, and I just find infinite places to play in every melody. But I do sense people getting bored sometimes, and so do I know the Doors personally? No, but I've been on the same stage as them in the same weekend once, without Jim Morrison, of course. I'm a little young for that. Sweet Hulk. Yeah, Jerry, I really appreciate that. That's a compliment. That's all I want to do is touch any one person that tunes in. It really helps to get me from the beginning. The more you listen, the more continuity you can grasp, the more you understand what my guitar is talking about. Sometimes I think coming in right in the middle, you're like, what the hell is this guy on? I think I needed some before I tuned in. No, I do not play in a band, Carton Sport. And I will not play again tonight, probably. Oh, it's this morning. I don't know where you are. Yeah, I guess it's like 10 in the morning in Germany. Sorry, 10:30. Or 11:30. I usually play in American mornings in the USA here, so it'd be like 3 o'clock your time. I usually play around 10. I have to go get a window in my truck today, and I have to fix a flat tire, or the neighbors report us to the neighborhood commission. But that's why I played one last jam tonight. I wanted to play earlier, but I fell asleep. So I woke up about 11, got my shit together, ate some spaghetti, and came and played some music. Yeah, the first hour went pretty well, actually. Maybe. Here's my loop station right here. This has 3 separate loops. I only usually use one. Sometimes I put a second loop on. And this is my guitar signal processor. They're both Boss units. My wah-wah pedal. And I have two volume pedals I use. I have 2 different digital delays. Both delays are like $1,000 each. They're right here in my rack. These 2 things with these sets of numbers. You can't read the numbers, but one's on 4.8 seconds and one's on 427 milliseconds. And I play through 2 Marshalls, and I have a 412, and I have a keyboard that I often set up some sounds on as well while I'm playing, just to drone on in the background with cool ambient noise. And I'm looking for electronica kind of people, DJs, to figure out ways to mix drums and software instruments into this. I can do it, but it takes me too much time messing around with computers and stuff when I just want to be... I have to keep my fingers moving so I can keep up, man. There's some really good players in this world. And I just want to be able to play the ideas that are in my head. It gets frustrating. Sometimes you'll hear me try to find a riff, and then you'll hear when I actually find it. It's like, I think it's a journey in listening. When I listen back, I'm like pulling for me to get it, you know. And I used to do that with Jerry. He'd set up this great... Yeah, I have one of those too. Jerry would set up this beautiful rhythm, and I would or this beautiful lead, and start this phrase, and I would like, oh please, please, I hope you finish it. And a couple different times it felt like I went to that same vortex where he was drawing the notes, and I handed him these notes just to make sure he was going to play them. I might have been particularly high, but it happened twice. It was very special. But yeah, to go to that place where a musician is picking their notes for improvisation and to pick the same 20 notes, it was kind of interesting. But yeah, using the digital delays and the loop station, I always want to create this seamless thing. I like the digital delays because they create a mantra, this repetitive mantra that, and I like to mix that over into, when you're listening, I prefer that you have my rhythm on the right side. That's the way I try to mix it, that I sent it out here. The rhythm on the right side and the lead on the left. And that way, the rhythm is processed by the right brain. I mean, the rhythm processed in the right ear is processed goes through the right ear, but it's processed in the left brain. And the lead goes through the left ear, processed in the right brain. And your left brain really understands structure. It wants structure. It doesn't want to hear me rambling about nothing on my electric guitar. But your left brain is totally, your left ear, right brain is totally okay with me rambling. So it really does matter how you listen to my music. So I always try to set up the rhythm stuff more on the right and the lead on the left. And if you're ever listening back, try that and it might feel a little better. Unless you're left right-handed, which might reverse everything. I'm not entirely sure. What's up, super dude? I didn't get to you when you asked how old I was earlier. I'm sorry about that. I'm 48. Yeah, so that might be reverse, Barbara, for you. I'm not entirely sure. I've seen a little bit of talk about it, but it didn't go into that specifically. It was a great movie. I'd send you the link called The Alphabet versus the Goddess. Well, it's not a movie, it's a book. But this guy gave a lecture that's over an hour long about it, and it's just brilliant. It documents how every time literacy rose in our world, every time literacy rises, war goes up and people start killing each other because they would read this book called the Bible that said these other people were bad and they went and killed their neighbors. The Dark Ages were literally a beautiful, peaceful time, despite, the bubonic plague didn't help. But there were villages of people, they all got along together, they all hung out together, and then the printing press was invented and everybody started killing each other. That has to do with your eyes, your reading, writing with the right hand. That's an alpha thing. And when we read with the cones in our eyes. The cones in our eyes are the masculine aspect of our eyes. The rods catch the periphery, the cones get the center. You read with the center, you write with the center. So every time literacy showed up, war and alphas went out of control and men subjugated women. Now, in this generation, where literacy has gotten prevalent, we're using keyboards. So people are using both right and left hand, and we're using computer screens instead of just the cones to read. We're using the rods in our eyes as well as the cones, and it makes like a huge difference. You didn't change the strings on your E. You left the path I'm walking on. I just got back on the path. I tried to leave it, but it won't leave me. Um, I make music chase me down and say, "You need to play me, motherfucker," because it is that hard. I understand why anybody would leave the path, but if it brings you solace, and if you feel like, hey, I could have been this, or I could have done this, or I could have made some more people smile or happy, or if it just leads to frustration, then I don't know. Maybe take Barbara's advice. Get back on the path, man. An artist never dies. Sweet. See, they gotta make blues harps in 432 hertz. Sorry I don't play that bluesy. Yeah, I understand. I wish I could make money for my family. I want to buy my mother a house. I need to buy my father, like, a house, groceries, a car. I ain't making any money at this stuff yet, but I want to play kind of like you guys saw me here, except in individuals' rooms. I need less than two big ass Marshalls. I need a really refined rig and be able to go into people's homes and studios, put some headphones on them, and throw down a set like that specifically for their meditative relaxation, for their meditative enjoyment, for their meditative pleasure. And I think with a Reiki goddess, I can probably run around LA and make pretty good bank there, and then take that money and put it into the world music tour where all my friends get to run around on the road and we get to play and spin poi and fire and have it audience interactive, and people learning how to work the lights, and people learning how to paint, and people learning how to spin and all that kind of neat stuff. Hoop, everything. And we'll have PETA and Greenpeace, and voter registration. Well, SoundCloud costs money, and Reverb is some kind of scam, but I do need to get a site up on Reverb. Um, I definitely do. There, I should be from California. I need to go there. That's where I feel I can make a whole bunch of money anyway. In the Because everybody's like me out there. I know that. I went to Mendocino for 6 weeks and I hung out all around up in Humboldt and stuff, and beautiful beautiful bunch of people. They couldn't really give a fuck about the East Coast though, and that was a little disconcerting. A lot of them. I was there when the towers came down, and most people went straight to bitching about George Bush, and I was really feeling the pain of my East Coast people, and they didn't seem to feel that pain very much. They were just busy being angry and protesting. Yeah, I would like that. What's up, super dude? I'm in Georgia, USA, Georgia, redneck capital of America almost. Maybe Alabama is. We're close. We're pretty fucking close. We try hard. Mm. Redneck, I don't know. That used to mean people that had to work outside. So redneck used to be a derogatory term because this country is so screwed up. We look down on people that that associate with nature and grow food. In my yard, we're not even allowed to grow vegetables in the front yard. You have to grow them in the backyard where all the trees are, where there's no sunlight. You're not allowed to grow vegetables in your front yard in most places in America because your homeowners association in the neighborhood will say that's low class. That's where the term redneck came from, getting a neck red outside. But now it means people that are bigoted, racist, idiots. Republicans often are rednecks. But come to Georgia first. We do have a really, really special clique of hippies in the midst of these. Atlanta has its own zip code that is like that doesn't vote for the whole rest of the state. It's very different. We have one zip code that's like Haight Ashbury, and we're pretty happy with it. And we have a tribe of people we've collected that comes from all around the region: Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, Florida, and states beyond. And we have some major parties, but we try to keep the consciousness alive here, but we got to turn Georgia purple because man, we need some legal weed here, and we need some fucking health care. I can't even I can't even apply for fucking subsidies for Obamacare. I can't even apply for subsidies, and I can't get Medicaid because our governor refused $40 billion. Said no, we don't want your government money. $40 billion. Yeah, you should leave Texas. I mean, I'm talking about Georgia, but dude, at least you have Austin. If you're not, if I have been to Houston, we put up a building in Houston. It's called the Mosaic, as a matter of fact, I think, and I play music mosaics. That's what you find me doing, playing these music mosaics. But we did a town. Oh, dude, you've never been to Austin? Fuck a bunch of Houston. You might have a good job there, but dude, Austin is fun. You just gotta stay away from all the teenagers on the street every Friday and Saturday night. But there's music in the clubs everywhere that just kills. Yeah, we'll hitchhike, dude. You don't need a car in Austin. You need one in Houston. Okay, we'll hitchhike with a whole bunch of belongings. Your U-Haul trailer. I know. It's so hard once we get trapped somewhere in this fucking economy. That's why I'm still in Georgia. I'd be all over the place. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, baby, I hate to go. Yeah, I remember when I was 18, we were speculating what will we be like when we're 30 in the year 2000. Funny shit. No, I was going to be 34 in the year 2000, and uh, I was going to be a famous rock star. Boy, that worked out well. suddenly I realized, no, music is actually more important than what you think it will accomplish for you. I've always heard that about ayahuasca. You can go in asking a question, but the ayahuasca will tell you what the question is soon enough. They don't sell these anymore. They stopped selling them in the, I think probably 86 was maybe the last time they even made them. And there is a guy named Jim Fabiano. He's got a great Jersey accent. Jim Fabiano from Jersey. He works on these delays and he has extras. He can probably sell you one. He sold me an extra one that I have to send it back, but I do have another one that goes up to 9.6 seconds. It's 2 times 4.8 seconds. I really do hope people are hungry for what I got, man, because I'm getting my shit together so I can get out there. I've put my stuff on a back burner many times. I spent 5 years building a business with my dad, and he sold it to some Republicans that I can't even talk to, so I couldn't work for him, and they changed all my rules. I built the business, and they changed everything on me. I wasn't willing to work by their rules. And so I'm living off my dad, who's still working for that company, making sales for them. And I have to get the fuck out of this house and make some money soon. So I'm glad I could feed you, Hulk. And I'll be feeding myself with it one day, hopefully. It feeds my head, man. If I didn't have this to do, I would do something else. I would be good at whatever I do. I dedicate myself. That's why I can't have 2 jobs, because I come home fucking beat. I can't play my guitar when I come home from a day's work. I work hard, whatever I do. Yeah, Barbara, I really feel bad about all that work you've had to do, getting up at 7 in the morning to listen to me play on a Sunday morning at a festival, lounging back in your chair with your hat over your face. Hard work it is. But you got to get there. That's the deal. And you got here. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. By the way, Hulk, is in the past has been to play at festivals at like 10 in the morning, 9 to noon, or something like that, somewhere. And I'm not on the schedule. I just jump on the stage, put all my gear up there, and start wailing on it. Not even through the PA, because the sound man's usually still asleep, and I can't even get him up to work for me for free. And I'm a renegade. I kind of just steal my spot on the stage. One day maybe they'll put me on a schedule. But it's weird because people seem to want me to do it. They always ask, "Are you gonna be playing? Are you gonna play Sunday morning? Are you gonna play your music for us?" And then people come up to me for like 2 weeks later saying, "Dude, that was just the perfect thing. Whatever you did." And I don't know. I'm just trying to channel the vibe. But Sunday morning vibe is so sweet at a festival because people have usually psychedelicized Saturday night, and the vibe is comfortable. They're already processing by Sunday morning, you know, they've gone through the up and the down, and the vibe is just congealed, and there's been good music and good drumming, and it's so much fun to play on Sunday morning. This past festival I played on Saturday morning, and it wasn't as much fun. I gave my slot to someone whose set fell apart. He didn't do anything on Sunday morning, but I gave him the opportunity because he said he had something he wanted to do. So I played on Saturday morning, and it was a much different experience because we didn't have our drum circle. That was Saturday night, so I played Saturday morning, and people had just gotten there Friday, and it was a much different vibe playing on that stage. I didn't think it would be, but it was. I had to create the groove instead of just jump on the groove. It's much more fun just jumping on the groove. It's easier. Yeah, yeah. Well, You can thank Brian Lavelle and Sarah for that, but you know, Sarah said, Brian, why don't you do your little jazz brunch on Sunday morning? Fucking jazz brunch. Brian's good, but he ain't psychedelic enough. Not for the way we're feeling on Sunday morning. A petition. You go with that. I'll sign it. Oh, you're back, huh? You missed it, man. I played like a 3-hour Metallica set right after you left the room. Shit. I'll have to go back and listen. Sweet. Not on you now. We cannot do that on you now. But, yeah, we could do it. We'd have to worry about, have to have some good connections, have to worry about audio lag. Um, but yeah, I'd be into trying to figure out how to make that happen sometime. That might work. Get like a big Skype window and you can have little different sub windows of the different musicians. Get a keyboard player, a drummer. We could have a whole band. Funny. But yeah, right now I've just been working solo. I've had bands before, but so many egos, so much to deal with. The great thing about a band is there's motivation there. It's built-in motivation. You have gigs, you have several different people pushing directions all at once. It's not just one person. When you're on a stage, it's like, God, there's just one guy up there. There could be four, that's a spot where 4 or 5 people could be getting their yah-yahs out, and so I get overlooked all the time for 3 or 4 or 5 people. And people don't think of me as a band or as entertainment, and I don't really know. Yeah, well, it's we're not far from that. People are already doing that. I know with files. I know lots of people who trade files back and forth, but I don't know that there's a lot of live jamming yet. Um, very cool. That's not wallpaper. It's a post. It's a tapestry. But yeah, I would put that on my whole room. It's cool. What's your band name, Dylan? I had one called Temple of Awareness last, and before that was Astral Swing, and before that was a band called Drama. Don't ever name your band that which you do not want in your life. Do not name a band Drama if you really don't like a lot of drama. 700 fans. Well, you rock, buddy. I got 700 fans, but I can't ever get them all in one place, man. That's just there. It's like herding cats. Totally like herding cats. Maybe one day on here, but you know, I gave up on trying to please people with my style a long time ago. I did a show with a guy who's a legend in our city. He's a legend in my group. He's one of the best songwriters I know. But he's a down home country-ish kind of guy, kind of like John Prine or something. And my band played with him, and he accompanied my band. We were called Astral Swing, instrumental fusion, balls to the wall rock, blow your mind space jams. And there was a guy working the door at that club that listened to nothing but Metallica and Pantera and Megadeth, and he bought 3 of our CDs. I'm like, dude, Ralph's not on these, it's just us playing. Yeah, I don't care, man. I want it all. So it's nice to be able to bridge gaps when I can, but I can't get that ka-chunk Metallica thing. That's something that's it's another realm, man. I just don't feel it. I got arrested my first time when I was 11 for breaking into 6 houses and burning down a summer cottage. Got sent to a foster home, got in trouble, got in more trouble since then, shuffled back and forth between my mom and dad. Ended up in another boys' school for 9 months when I was 14. I just really got all my angst out pretty early on, and I had to deal with it in psychotherapy. And once I started getting into music, really, it was all the heady stuff. I did like Ozzy, and I did like Deep Purple. I liked Judas Priest and the Maiden, but it didn't take me far enough. Once the 80s hit and metal really started just going downhill, I started listening to jazz and people like Mahavishnu Orchestra and Michael Hedges and Shadowfax, and listening to more Yes, and you know, I'd already been through the Rush and Deep Purple and fucking all the Who and all the Beatles and Jethro Tull, and I was just moving on. So I would sell weed and buy albums and sell weed and buy albums and listen to more music and go rehearse with my band. And we wanted to be like Rush or Yes or Genesis, and we would play out in the clubs, and we would play right next to death metal bands, and we would both stand there looking at each other like we were in different universes or something, but we really respected each other's bands because both were very tight. And but I've just never been able to keep that kind of aggression. I like blowing minds, and I like a lot of what speed metal and heavy metal, death metal has gone into these days, using more electronics and using more dynamics, because music is really all about dynamics. Oh no, not Shadowfax, but Shadowfax. Their very first album is mind-blowingly fusion. They turned into something that sounded very, very syncopated and almost, almost Jewish. I don't know how to explain it, but you get the feeling like Mid East Jewish, like Mediterranean-ish. But their first album sounds like John McLaughlin and Mahavishnu Orchestra. Just it's perfect for a really good experience, man. I'm telling you, it's called Watercourse Way. But after that, Shadowfax got very different. They didn't even put out another album for like 6 years. But yeah, that was they were on the Windham Hill label. They got really big in Europe, and then once they got big in Europe, Shadowfax, Michael Hedges, Will Ackerman, George Winston, Liz Story, they all got big in Europe, and then America started paying attention to them and buying their records, but they sold huge in Europe first, France and Germany. I'm in Georgia, Dylan. Yeah, you got that right. What was the band after Mahavishnu Orchestra? Shit, I don't know. I was rambling. Watercourse Way is the Shadowfax album. Oh yeah, Black Label. Wait a minute. That guitar player came from, did he come from LA Guns? Is he the one that started or did he start, or was that Guns N' Roses? Is that the dude? Not Slash, but the other dude. Um, what the fuck was his name? I don't know. He used to play around. Izzy. Is that who's in Black Label? Izzy Stradlin? Yeah, oh, that's it. Zach Wild. He was a motherfucker in Ozzy. I saw that tour right after Randy died. And Zach Wild was a motherfucker. Actually, no, that wasn't Zach Wild after Randy died. It was Jakey Lee. And then Zach Wild. I got a picture of Zach Wild holding a picture of Randy Rhoads. And with his other hand, he's holding up a picture of Randy Rhoads, and his other hand, he's going #1. And that's a really touching picture, man, to see Ozzy's third guitarist complimenting Ozzy's first guitarist like that. That really gives some kudos. Yeah, Zach's a motherfucker. So was Dimebag. Went way too young. Beck with Mahavishnu. You mean Jeff Beck, right? I don't think Beck could have changed his diapers at that time. Yeah, Jeff Beck. Oh my God. You know, when I watch Jeff Beck, it's a cross between um, not wanting to play my guitar ever again and being inspired by the limitless possibilities he shows you with what he can do with just his fingers and those strings. Good God, Beck is beautiful. Yep, one of my favorites. Yeah, well, back in the day, Jimi Hendrix opened for the Monkey. so, so that's not nearly as strange as Jeff Beck opening for John McLaughlin. Um, and Jeff Beck was about 18. John was already an accomplished, classically trained musician. You know, Jeff Beck was just a punk kid. Yeah, no, that did not go well. You didn't know that, Barbara? Oh yeah, it was the Animals, the fucking Animals road manager's the one that took Hendrix to England, and then he put him on a tour with the frickin' Monkees for some reason. And I'm not sure. It might have been 2 or 3 shows, but I really doubt there was a fourth. There might not have even been a second one, but what got me into music? Probably my parents sitting around smoking dirt weed, listening to Moody Blues and Jethro Tull albums when I was like 4 or 5. I thought, wow, this is pretty good stuff, man. I like this music, and I really just got into the Jethro Tull and the Moody Blues and fucking Harry Nilsson, one of the best songwriters of all time. They had that album, Can't Live If Living Is Without You. I was listening to Elton John. Oh, and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Four-Way Street. Unbelievably good album, just their best live album. And I was hearing all that when I was like 5 or 6, and we imprint on music really, really early. And I went on my own quest. I loved radio, so I listened to the radio all the time, and so I always loved pop songs. And I liked things that resolved, and eventually I started getting into classical music. I don't know, I can't explain it. Music got into me, man. Is there anything wrong with weed? Probably for some. I don't know what kind of question that is, but it depends on what weed you're smoking, I suppose. Yeah, don't do bad drugs, man. The 60s and 70s was the greatest movie of all time. Oh yeah, I get a little verklempt, like listening back to Ricky Lee Jones a couple days ago. I was checking out this concert. It's on YouTube, a great one of her in like the 80s, 84 or something, and it makes me misty when I listen. I remember watching Ricky Lee Jones when I was 12 years old on Saturday Night Live, or 13 on Saturday Night Live, and thinking, man, this is just the coolest chick. She is just fucking rocking. She was doing the Chuckies in Love, and you know, where did those times go? That was just such an innocent time. So much of our life was ahead of us. The possibilities were just so wide open for so many beautiful things to happen in this world. And we fucked so many of them up since then. Maybe that's why I cry. And I'm certainly a hell of a lot older, but I don't know. I'm still that same young kid. The only thing I want to retain is the blind ambition. I hope it is legal everywhere soon enough, Amy. It's legal in my head. I know that. I want to juice it. You can, man, that stuff is. I heard a doctor that used to be against it. This was on YouTube. A doctor that had been against it for years said it's not only medicinally valid, it should be its own food group. He said marijuana has every nutrient and enzyme that the human body needs contained within it in the perfect proportions. It's like this plant, we brought it along from wherever we came. It was in our luggage, man. And we need to utilize it. It's just wrong. I don't think they played together. See, the monkeys loved Hendrix, but the monkeys were really good at making production art, if you want to call it that. They listened to one thing and they played another, and I can't do that. I have to be true to whatever the hell I'm hearing in my head. I know a lot of people that can play different things like that. I can play songs that mean something to me. I can do Tangled Up in Blue or Like a Rolling Stone, or I can do Where Do the Children Play, or The Moon Shadow, or different things like that. But it's only because I like to. I can't do a Coldplay song because someone wants to hear it. If I saw the cash, I might start pulling up lyrics and chords on YouTube. Early one morning, the sun was shining. I was laying in bed. Yeah, I love that song, but it's fucking 15 minutes long on my 12 string. I'll do an acoustic set here one day. I'll get the gumption up to sing. I don't do Shining Star, but I do have that on my YouTube page. That particular version, I have a Jerry band doing Shining Star in Hampton, November 19th, 1993. I was at that show, and somebody videotaped it. And they put it up in 3 parts on YouTube, and I combined all the parts and put it back together, and now it's on my page with like 3,000. Do I know Guar? Is this a joke? No, I know of Guar. Yeah, they're the guys that dress in costumes and play real loud, and people die from the stage. And I don't know what they sing about, but I've been entertained watching them. I know that, but I've never seen them live. And I don't know a lot of stars personally. I've met a few, but Where are you, Amy? Do I know you? Oh, sweet. Well, interesting way you've spent your evening. Oh, give your daughter all the love she deserves and all the nourishment and sustenance she needs. And sweet. And thank you for multitasking with us. One day I'll have a child that I have to wake up, but it won't be hard. All I do is turn on my amplifier. And I'm supposed to know Mark Mothersbaugh. Go get your food handling license. Okay, wash your hands first, though. Please. And we'll see you around, Dylan. Don't pop any blisters on them fingers. Oh, okay. Wow. So, you must have been a taxi driver, I'm thinking. Is that right, Alan? Otherwise, that's a really odd thing to end up doing for somebody that you do not know. Hey, man, Will you take me to the Cowboy Museum? Well, yeah, I was just going to get a quart of milk, but, okay. Okay, the Rugrats. uh, I don't know who BRMC is. Billy Ray motherfucking Cyrus? Or Billy Ray and Miley Cyrus? Yikes. I'm sorry, that was wrong. Okay, Alice Cooper rocks, man. School's out for summer, and How You Gonna See Me Now, and No More Mr. Nice Guy, and Billion Dollar Babies, and yeah, I like Alice Cooper. I like it all, but I listen to virtuoso music most of the time. I listen to people that are pretty serious about their musicianship. I move outside of the shock of stage presence that a lot of people focus on, and so it does take me out of more entertaining circles of performers sometimes because people are just looking at their instruments trying to get their notes right. Black Rebel Motorcade Club. Cool. No, sorry to make you type all that out, but I probably could have. Motorcycle Club? Oh, Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Gotcha. I saw Living Color once, and yeah, that was just loud and noisy. It wasn't very much fun. They opened for the Rolling Stones, and the next night Jethro Tull played. Okay, 60,000 people there to see the Rolling Stones. Fucking football stadium, college football stadium, and Stones had no rapport with the audience whatsoever. Mixed prancing around like a fucking chicken singing his songs, and you know, there's the other guy, the guitar player, just like Keith Richards takes about two steps this way or that way. Ron Wood just stays here. They didn't do anything. The next night, Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson's running all over that stage. He's talking to the audience all the time, asking us questions, telling jokes, telling stories, anecdotes, running around, getting. They even brought people on the stage. They have a motif set up on stage. They always have a different motif, and this was like a trailer park. They had like clotheslines hanging. They had an old couch, and some people had won on the radio tickets to hang out with Jethro Tull apparently, and they're sitting on the couch on stage while Jethro Tull's playing, and Ian Anderson walks over with a tray in a maitre d's outfit, and he serves them champagne. I mean, that is fucking service. That is a band. That is a stage show. That is rapport. The Stones just making it our pleasure to be in their midst is wasn't. I didn't get a good vibe from that at all. But fucking Toll was unbelievably cool. Well, I don't want to talk about bands we hate. I love bands, and I find value in everything. I watched a Britney Spears special a few years ago about what it took to get her to where she was. That girl was dedicated beyond all of her peers. She made her mother take her to practice. She ran those dance classes. She might be vacant of any artistic talent, but she sure has the dedication and the drive, the motivation and the ambition, and that's really what gets you somewhere. Yeah, Ian is just like that, man. You know, Later on, the the song started falling apart that they were playing, and the keyboard was like a wood burning stove, is what it was made up to look like. This keyboard looked like a big wood burning stove, and the keyboard player, this keyboard backfired and shot smoke out of the top. And the keyboard player gets out, runs around, opens up a door that looks like there's fire burning, and he shovels fucking coal inside the keyboard, and then he shuts the door and runs back around and starts playing it. They put on a stage show. I'm telling you, we've lost the art of a real stage show, man. It's got to be about art, you know. Yeah, I was positive they were aliens too, man. Yeah, yes. Yes's least favorite album is Tormato. They hate that album, and I think they got some of the most unique sounds I've ever heard out of a musician. That is the coolest album, man. There's nothing in their repertoire like Tormato. I did not take you oh so seriously, really, when you called and said you'd seen a UFO. Circus of Heaven, oh sweet. But it was okay, but there were no lions and no tigers, no bears, no candy floss or toffee apples, no clowns. Just touching stuff, man. Just gorgeous. Monster Magnet? What? Dude, that's noisy shit. I'm sure they're really good, but I cannot watch them long enough. It's angry, angst-driven shit. I'm trying to lead from my heart. If they want to tune in to me, I'm sure we'd love to talk. Most people in any of those kind of bands, I wouldn't even necessarily know by talking to them, because I get along with goth people, I get along with death metalers really well. I always have. Because they're usually intellectuals, because there's so many fucking notes they gotta play. You know, I guess that's what it is. But it's, I, I do need to get out more. Maybe I need more heavy metal friends, but I got through some angst a long time ago. I really, I look for people that just uplift me. You know, we have the choice in every moment to uplift, and that's usually what I'm trying to do. If I'm ever in my ego, I want to get out of that place and go to where my heart's leading. Yes, they are. All death metal's awesome, but I like fucking life metal, buddies. I love life. Death is death is inevitable. We have to have life first. So I'm all about things growing, nurturing things. Anybody can point a finger and say, this is bad, that's bad, you're a hypocrite, you suck. All I want to do is point a finger and say, now this is an example that we need to follow. Let's create like this one does. Let's shine the light that that one does. Let's channel the music like that one does. It is good. Music is good, expression is good if you can get it out there, but the quicker you can take that finger pointing away, take that hypocrisy of the world away, and just realize that it's up to us to make the solutions and the answers. Everybody knows the problems. Jon Stewart's been pointing that shit out for years, and you know, we have the internet now. We can find whatever bubble we like, but we really need to carry more than just our weight. And I've always thought that you can't just carry your weight. That's not enough. You can't ride the fence and be neutral. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. Yep, I understand. I understand being raised by nobody but metalheads. And as long as there's love there, you know, that's good. But don't get into bad attitudes, man, and don't buy into bad attitudes. Because when you're young, you find yourself adopting other people's opinions, and you might say something you heard somewhere else, and you say it in another place, and suddenly it sounds bigoted or racist or stupid, ill-informed. It's just best to really, really try to create our own opinions and find our own merit and value in everything instead of taking. Because I've had that happen where something comes out of my mouth that I was really just copying from somebody else, and it didn't get a good reception at all. And I'm like, damn, that wasn't even me, and I got like dissed for it. No, we're not getting down on you, man. But yeah, I was really, really into heavy metal when I started having my first astral projections, and that was one of the messages that came through loud and clear in that projection was there is no middle of the fence. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. So which would you like to be? And it was really clear. So I just went for being part of the solution immediately. And I don't know that I'm doing it yet, but I'm not as much the problem as many people are. Thank you, Hope. Yeah, way back in like 93 or, no, I'm sorry, about 91 or 2, we were auditioning bass players in my band Drama. And this guy didn't want to join because he said I sounded too much like Jerry. And that was a slam at the time. And dude, that was 22 years ago. If I sounded anything like Jerry, I was grateful. And but by the same token, I didn't believe it. Couldn't really believe it, and not nearly as much as I probably do now. Gospel and Slipknot, interesting. I love gospel, and Slipknot's all right. Nice. That's that's pretty interesting. But yeah. And when Jerry died, like I said, that immediately everybody that was a little bit psychedelic sounded a whole lot more like him. And then people like Grisman got out on the road right away, and Little Feat got out on the road right away, and Merle Saunders went out on the road right away, and his other keyboard player, God, his name Melvin Seals, also got on the road right away. They all just went out there jamming. I like all music with a positive message and or an important message, and it's really got to have melodic quality, some kind of dynamics, and I really like hooks. But yeah, I'm so I don't go for complicated music like classical music like Dvorak or something like Wagner. I'm more of a Mozart or a Bach head. It's easy to process. I mean, hard to play, but I can hear where the riffs are going. It's not like such an abstract fucking maze. And then God made fish. Yeah, me either. I had some girl named Friendly Jen unfriend me, friendly with a PH, on MySpace because I wouldn't list Trey as one of my influences. I listed Fish, but I had him listed like capital letters for the heavy influences, and I just had Fish, regular P or capital Phish, and but Fish wasn't enough. That person wanted me to have Trey, and that person said, "Well, you have Frank Zappa as one of your influences." I really think it was Trey on some kind of coke binge. He unfriended me, she unfriended me, but I swear to God it was Trey. Why would a girl unfriend me over that? I wrote like a detailed 2-paragraph letter explaining how Trey was a contemporary and how he actually hasn't touched me musically, although I respected everything Fish did. Fish broke it wide open for jam bands, man. They made it possible to fucking noodle on stage and get paid for it. And other than the Dead, the Fish was it. The Dead already had their own special niche. So I gave Trey that much credit, and this is way back, like 2003 or 4, but this girl unfriended me, and I swear to God it must have been Trey. Because why would anybody unfriend me because I wouldn't make Trey one of my number one influences? That's silly. And all my influences are older than me, and Trey is like my age. So that's why. It's just the way that goes, when someone's not an influence when you think you play like them already. We grew up listening to the same music. They sounded a lot like Genesis, I believe, in their early days. They had a really, really Genesis-y sound. I've been seeing Fish since like 92, 91 or 2, but I haven't seen them in probably last time I saw him might have been an outdoor show at Masquerade, or it was Halloween. I saw him do Remain in Light, Talking Heads. Very, very good show. But the whole band is spectacular, and that's what I thought was good. They might be one of the best. They might be the best rock and roll band there is. Foo Fighters might be taking that over or something by now, but Dave Grohl's pretty good. I'm finally coming around to liking him. Yeah, Fish was really interesting in '92. We had never seen any shit like that. A guy wearing a dress on the drums playing a vacuum cleaner. That's interesting stuff. Oh yeah, that is a fucking awesome movie. Sha na na. Sha na na na. Sha na 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 na. Yeah, I love Grateful Dog. Definitely a great movie too. And there's more and more. I recently, I recently downloaded the entire Europe tour. I have every fucking Dead show on their whole Europe 72 tour, and I haven't listened to it yet, but I was just I was just looking for a piece or two that I wanted from Europe 72, and ended up finding every DVD. It's like a 76, it's like 76 CD collection or something, something outrageous. It was a torrent I found. Fuck no, but it is a beautiful box set. I saw a picture of it, and it's worth buying. It's like, it's not that much money. I don't know, a couple $100, but you get a big badass case. It's a box case. It's definitely worth it. They make it worth your while. But otherwise, yeah, it's a torrent that takes about well, it went pretty fast. I think I got it in about 15 hours or something. I might be able to find the torrent link. I don't fucking know how I would find it. I doubt it's titled properly. But I bet I still have it somewhere here. Maybe. Oh no. Not good. Oh, here it is. That was easy enough. Yeah, well, if the feds kick your door down, don't blame me. I doubt they will. No one's coming for Dead recordings. I got in trouble downloading a Bill Maher Overtime torrent, but that was about it. It's the only phone call I got. HBO's not really into you taking their shows, so be careful. Use an IP hider, but with the Dead, that's cool. Yeah, they are, but they're also trying to sell a big box set of it. But they know their fans are poor and lazy and what do you call resourceful. That's what we are. A Beatles song in an email. Yeah, you had to get that dial up a couple times. Just fucking with you. I can't play anymore because I need to give my fingers a rest. I had to look down a couple times to see if they were bleeding. I had one that was my pinky. I think I might need to super glue it. I'm trying to get to the point where I can play as hard as I want anytime, all the time. But man, that takes a lot of effort. A lot of art is different. You can be a painter and not have to paint every day, but you can't be a top guitar player and not play every day. You can't do it. You have to play every friggin' day. That's what I realized like a year ago. I'm still way behind on my chops. It's hardcore. I've played I've played 3 2-hour jams today. At 9 this morning or 8 this morning, I played a 2-hour jam. At 2, I played a 2-hour jam, and at whatever 2 o'clock again, I started another 2-hour jam. No, but you know, it's not all hard stuff. But I'm always challenging my mind. But then I try to bend some notes here and there, and suddenly it feels like I really did think I cut my fingers a couple times. But that's what you gotta do. And then I was thinking about Jerry. Near the end of that last song, as a matter of fact, I was thinking about Jerry. I'm like, well, he certainly gave it all, so I'm gonna fucking give it all. It's just what you gotta do. Yep. Build up the calluses so I can play more. And if I have people around wanting me to play, it makes me want to play more. That really helps. Dudes, I really have to stop this broadcast and put it up. This is not the most entertaining broadcast anymore for people to go back and watch. I know that. I can probably close out and come back. But thanks for. I really was playing as hard as I could, tastefully. You always got to find that balance. It's like you got to give this energy you feel, but you got to make it. You got to make it tasteful. I have to want to hear it again. But yeah, I really should go, man. Although I'm loving hanging here talking to you, but I know this 2 hours of this video is gonna suck for anyone trying to watch it back. Well, the whole thing's gonna be posted soon, and yeah, the way I play is it's all by feel. Everything I know kind of leaves my mind when I pick up my guitar, and I start with one note and the next one, and they just follow. And what happens transpires largely, largely due to nothing in my head. It just happens that way. The fingers just play, and I do it. But that's the way I like to approach it, and kind of that's what the audience brings, and they kind. I used to want to see people do songs I know, and then I suddenly switched to I want to see that musician do something that he doesn't do for everybody, something that he's doing just for me, and that's at least what I'm doing. I'm definitely I'm definitely not playing out of memory. I'm not reciting. I'm playing for the energy there in my midst. And if it's y'all, I really appreciate y'all. Very nice. Yeah, I love visual arts. That's what really turns. I collect art, and I want to make slideshows that could be perhaps broadcast behind me while I play it or around me. And I must have a couple 100,000 pieces of art that I've snagged from different Tumblr and Facebook accounts and stuff. Unbelievably wonderful art I'll find special downloaders that'll download people's entire pages. They're out there. But I really appreciate the chat with all y'all. This is much fun. And I'll go ahead and fan you too, Alan. I like me some Trent Reznor. So did Johnny Cash, apparently. Oh, really? Pixara. I'll look into that. Yeah, I need to learn. I like Fat Boy Slim too. That dude knows how to work some electronics, man. The boy knows how to mess with some stuff. I bet he's producing people. But I've looked into his studio, and I bet Trent Reznor's studio looks a lot like that. A bunch of fucking wires and diodes and old analog shit. Anything to make a new squeal. Sweet. Right on. There's a picture of me with Santana somewhere, but I never did get that picture. Someone took it while I was meeting him, and I never got to see it. I lost her number. Well, I didn't call the woman for 6 months, and by the time I did call her, her number was changed, and so maybe they got a picture of Santana and still wondering who that dude is standing there with him. I was with a dude from a famous recording studio who wasn't famous yet, but he is now. Paul Diaz. I met Paul Diaz from Tree Sound, Barbara, way back in '95, before anybody from the Boogie, before he was at the Boogie, before I was at the Boogie. Whoops, did I say Boogie? Um, and I thought he was just some little deadhead that got off the road or something. He looked like just some deadhead little dude. And he was back there meeting Santana, and sure enough, he turned out to be Paul fucking Diaz. But there's a picture of me with Santana that very night on somebody's wall, I'm sure. It was a great picture, I hope. But I hope I see it one day. I have a picture of me with Mickey Hart. It's on Facebook, and somebody sent me that from MySpace. She was on MySpace, I was on MySpace, and she wrote me out of the blue. I didn't know this girl. And she said, "You either have a twin or I have a picture of you and Mickey Hart." And I'm like, holy shit, really? I didn't even remember that picture at all, but I was holding my drum and Mickey was standing right there with a Renaissance Fair shirt on from Cali. And I was working at the Renaissance Fair in Georgia. At the time, I had come from the Renaissance Fair to the Mickey Hart show. And he's wearing a fucking Renaissance shirt. He played my drum a little bit. But yeah, I got it. And the shirt I'm wearing has Mickey Mouse on it. It's me, Mickey, and Mickey. Yep. And on the back of that shirt is a big heart. It's a Sorcerer's Apprentice Mickey Mouse. It's a great die. I can't wear it anymore, but yeah, they all are, aren't they? There's a Dead show from '92 here in Atlanta. The Omni, the Space Jam, was probably one of the best they ever played. I think it's legendary in Grateful Dead lore. It's Atlanta '92. I think it's third show, Space. Might be second. But Mickey Hart pulled out a jackhammer during Space Jam. It was a particularly good Space Jam, but he pulled out a jackhammer and he hears looking around like, what the fuck? And him and Bill Kreutzmann actually hugged after that Space Jam, and I don't think they even really particularly liked each other. So that hug was probably a really special thing too, from what I heard from fans. I used to love those shows. As soon as they'd start a song, everybody would start writing down their little set lists and stuff. That's how I learned how to dance. If you don't dance at a Dead show, you're the oddball out. You gotta move. Mm. Oh, you found the Space Jam show, second night, Omni Atlanta, whole '92. Good God. Yeah, I bet. I mean, it was legendary Space. I recorded it with my little handheld. I don't think I've listened back to it. I'd like to find that show. But it was a monster Space, man. Jackhammer and all. Dude, you're good with that. Post a link here. Put it on my page. Mm. But yeah, fucking, fucking dead, man. I tried to get people into him. I tried my band Drama at the time. I took them all to the show one night and I dosed them and we all went home and had the greatest jam on earth, but the fucking acid wore off and I became the token hippie again and they all were stuck in their egos and I had to quit. It's just the way it goes. They refused one of my songs and I had just recorded it. It was a masterpiece. I was in love with it. And they didn't even have a reply like that was cool, that was good, interesting, nothing, man. They just kind of like all looked at their shoes. I played the whole 13-minute song. This chick just posted it on my Facebook page actually a couple days ago. A song I recorded in 1993 with my acoustic and multi-track and singing different vocals. And my band refused that song and I quit. I'm like, that's it. I ain't no token hippie. I'm real. Very, very real. Um, thanks, Hulk. I appreciate it. I'm really gonna click out of here. We have to go. We have wasted too much time with me. Alright, well, we spent it well. No time's ever really wasted now, is it? Yep. Right-clicking in this room doesn't get you shit, but I can just click on it and it opens up a new window. No, I can't. I can't even click on the link at all. What a drag. Oh, there we go. What? Firefox just updated my computer or something. And I clicked cancel, and it's clicking allow, and I'm clicking cancel. Did you send me a fucking virus? Or is this really Firefox? It says you are currently browsing the web with Firefox and my video player may be outdated, but I don't want to install anything. And when I click no, you sent me to a virus. It doesn't work. Did the same thing do it to you, Barbara? It said you wanted to. It wanted you to what? It wanted you to install some shit. Yeah, bastards. I don't know if it was Firefox or not, but it seemed legit, and it probably is out of date. But my video player is working fine. It's cool, man. It's cool. Yeah, this program is a bitch. I just found out how to download my videos. I don't think y'all can, but I post them on YouTube right afterwards. But you can watch it on this site. But there's a little download button if you make the video yourself. When you right click next to the video, there's a drop down window and I can download it. It's remarkably small and pretty good sound for this one will be pretty big, probably 500 megs. And then I'll post it up online. You guys were wonderful tonight. Thank you for being here. And however many other people are supposedly watching, let's see, there's Waha Alamiki and there's Danny's World. I hope you've been entertained. And Sean Jordan. Nice to meet you, Sean. And Gorkum. Great name. And Super J. And Yosef Khalifa. And Honey Bite. Boy. A lovely honey bite, I might add. But no one's talking but us. But thank you for being here if you're here, and I hope you get to see me play sometime if that's what you want to do, but I'm not going to play anymore right now. I have a big day ahead of us. And yeah, I gotta like fix my truck. I gotta drive out to Colorado. I do have a gig in Colorado, like something called the Shaman Fest. The last week of August, right before our little festival that we'll probably be at, Barbara. But yeah, I'd like to make a wonderful little Colorado tour this summer, and Maybe you'll pop up that way and see me. I've driven from Colorado to Houston, actually. Hung out in the Deep Ellum area. That's definitely the best place in Houston. Well, not. I'm sorry, that's Dallas. I'm talking about Montrose. That's where we hung out. That was a really cool place in Houston. All the music and the good food is in Montrose. And the gays fixed it up really, really nicely. They know how to make some houses look good. Yeah, I gotta fix my truck too. Is that what you? Oh, are you making up new words? Is that words for my song, Barbara? Because that's what's gonna happen tomorrow. Gotta get my truck out to Colorado. That's exactly it. It holds me and all my equipment. Yeah, Montrose is the only place to hang out in Houston if you're a deadhead. If you're white and you like to party like properly. Ah, not that not that white people know how to party properly. That might be a racist remark. We usually, for the most part, don't, but a little subsect of us called deadheads, we figured it out pretty well. Come to Denver next week. Are you in Denver, Barbara? Yeah, I got pretty plowed in Montrose a couple times. I got laid there, so that had high marks back in like '94. Some girl took me home from the bar and threw me down, had her way with me. Okay. Are you moving there, Barbara? I don't blame you a bit. The weather's something to adjust to, but Lord, you can adjust to it if you have all those. God, you can just grow a whole living room full of weed if you want, and it's cool. You can grow enough weed that you can juice it, because that's what I want to do. I want to juice it. I don't care about. I mean, smoking's fine, but I want I want to be able to utilize this plant like it needs and deserves, like we need and deserve. And the air is great out there. It's you can totally breathe. I like the humidity. It preserves our skin. I have nice soft skin because it's fucking 100% humidity here all the time. So you have to moisturize when you go out there and drink lots and lots of water. No, there is plenty of air. You'll get air, but drink lots of water and you'll be fine. You'll get used to that breathing thing. All right, woman, we'll talk on the other side of this place. I'm out of here. I love everybody. Namaste and big love.